Whoa! Look at that top left corner of the screen. Whoa! Jail? That's not good. What do you guys think of Skellington? What do you guys think of him back there? He's like really not doing too hot. Because if you notice, he only has one arm. It's kind of hard to see. He only has his right arm. The left arm is just gone. Also, his pelvis is fractured and his head is not attached. It's only just like it's only just like barely hanging on by like a thread. And so I don't think he's doing too hot. But I mean, that guy, he's doing hot. Now, let me see if I can move out of the way to show you that he doesn't have a second arm. Yeah, look, he doesn't even have an arm. He has no arm on the other side because I threw him. You guys saw the clip, right? I mean, Ollie saw the clip, but Shatter, did you see the clip? Because you better. Happy freaking Halloween. I actually didn't intend to break him, but it just kind of was the spur of the moment, and that is part of the price that comes with hot, juicy content, you know? I didn't want it to be so. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. If any of you are wondering how or why my skeleton doesn't have an arm, here's why. This is the reason why the skeleton has no arms. Happy freaking Halloween! Oh no. I like how perfectly he flew. For a moment in time. For a moment, wait. For this moment in time, he was free. Free from me, from his shackles, from his prison. He was a skeleton without a care in the world. And now look at him. He's not hanging in there too good. He's having a little bit of a rough time, I'm not gonna lie. That's why he's a skeleton. He's doing... Listen, he's really not hanging in there very well. It took me like 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, like it took me like 5 minutes to get him to even stand up like that, because that's how broken he is. He has one arm. He's barely standing, and he's just trying to make it through the day. He's hungover right now. Jeremy. Ollie, why'd you say Jeremy in this clip? I'm just looking at this right now. Look at this right here. Down here. Enhance. Enhance. Jeremy. You see that? What's he doing down there? Ollie, what's gotten into you? Huh? Care to explain, bucko? Alright, well, I'm gonna hop right into this game because we gotta get started. Because I'm gonna beat this at not an unreasonable hour tonight. And hopefully I won't get stuck, because if I get stuck, that's no good. This is no good. Well, this is good. I'm very excited to be playing this game right now, but I have to, if I get stuck, it'll be no good, you know? All right, continue. Twisted Karma and his last bout trial part 1. Start playing from the save data. I would love nothing more than to start playing from the save data. All right, I gotta warm up my voice. Oh God, I don't have enough water. I'm not hydrated enough for this. Oh boy, here we go. 2nd November, 8:56 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendants Antichembaresos. Van Zoinks. Like a zoink scoop.
Raggy. Gee, Raggy, it looks like Van Dyke is on trial.
That's not a Scooby voice. I can only do Rut-Row Raggy and that's all I can do. Ask me to say a sentence, I can't do it.
Colonel.
Okay, I do vocal warm-ups. Okay, I'm ready. Here we go. That's all I needed. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. But no Zoinky! Zoinky's not the prosecutor today. Ugh. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. Yes, quite a tension indeed. Ooh, Sasibaka. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there, I suppose? Maybe. Yes, I think so.
Like Shaggy. Will you get me out of this? I don't want to go to prison, Shaggy.
Like, don't worry, Zoinky. I'll get you out of here. It can only be the result of that menacing appearance of the defendant. A
little more courtesy, if you please.
No, you're scary. You're a big man and your jacket is loud, okay? So don't lecture me with your $30 haircut, Van Zoinks. Oh my, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary.
What do you mean?
I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected.
Why? Wait, are we not gonna get here? Why is there no jury? This isn't a secret trial, is it? Secret trial? Secret trial, maybe? Maybe. Trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Ooh. A closed court.
Oh, good morning, my dear fellows.
Hello, sir. Mr. Sholmes.
Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? Now outright victory for science, you must agree.
I agree. I do concur. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I don't care about your hair. I completely forgot about your little hair problem. I didn't, because he looks like imposter.
Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion.
Word, dude. I couldn't have said it better myself. When my hair care routine is not going as planned, it's just drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You know, they should have warned me, because they don't, you know what it makes me mad? Is it, they don't say on the back of the shampoo bottle, don't drink this. How was I supposed to know that? How was I supposed to know that? I didn't know. I mean, of course it goes in your hair, but who says you can't drink it? Maybe if you drink it, it'll make your hair healthier. Forever. Something to think about.
You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you. You stupid goober. I'm afraid you have only yourself to blame, Mr. Shomi. Are you imposter?
And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital.
Hey, yo.
And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point at which I would readily commend you.
Oh?
What an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a good-ass lawyer. I'm gonna win the trial. People say I can't do it. I know I can, because I'm cool as hell. Mr. Sholmes.
After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own.
Shut the fuck up.
What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Mr. Reaper.
Okay, let's go. Sorry to barge in. Oh. I ordered ya. Gina. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose? Or Gurgsy. Gurgsy. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? No, he's here. It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Oh? I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. He already knows everything. Him and Sholmes already know everything. And I don't know why they're not, like, speaking up sooner. There has to be a reason why. Well, I don't know what it is. Jigoku, Sasibaka's dad, and Sholmes all know what's going to happen in this trial already. It's like, well, why don't you like me my assistant, maybe? Nico, if they told you everything, that'd be awesome, right? There'd be no game. Odo. Yes, Gino? Gina? Why'd you agree to this, huh? Why'd you take him in? Why'd you take him on? Huh? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him. It was him, what? What killed the boss? Yeah? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Yeah, I trust my client. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I'm gonna figure it out, though. It's probably some red-headed, it's probably some redhead with a $30 haircut lecturing me. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him. Now, Gina's not angry. Her death stare from last stream, that was anger.
Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Eh?
At least that may be some solace to this deceased.
Don't say that to her. You should prove yourself innocent and then you can talk to her. She's literally freaking out right now. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this. The boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay.
Go over the rich! And it. Go over and get a touch toilet. Make your way to go over me.
Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zykes. Why is he grayscale? One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Why is he imposter right now? And whatever truth is revealed, he's not a bad guy. Don't be mysterious and all forthcoming with Sholmes being all ooh, ooh. Hey, bud. We're going to have to look it straight in the eye. This is going to be something I don't like, probably. Is this going to be like a uncomfortable truth, like in Spirit of Justice? We're going to be faced with an uncomfortable truth? I really hope not. I will not say what that uncomfortable truth is for obvious reasons. 2nd November, 9:20 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. No jury, though. It's just us two and Udgy. Us three.
In the name of Her Majesty of the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak von Zykes. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
No Wagahai? The defense is ready, my lord. Oh, he looks so good. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
So-called Reaper of the Bailey has been in a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. It is. Well, maybe not at first, but it will be.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders.
Why? Queen Elizabeth, what are you doing? She was alive back then, right? She's like 200 years old now. Wait, what? Who's the? Is that the Queen of Britain? Is that Elizabeth? Is that her name? Like in current day? Not like the 1890s one. What's her name? I don't even know. How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
So he can solely end the trial at any time and say guilty, not guilty. So this is like any other Ace Attorney game now. Okay. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? There are people in the gallery. What the frick? Who's up there?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Okay. Members of the judiciary? Oh my. This is a very unusual trial already.
There's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings, on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
Yeah, that is very weird if you really think about it, why they let us do this case. But, I mean, maybe they want to make sure they feel like there'd be no bias here, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. There's probably an anime reason for it. Ugh. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? 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 It's Kazuma, but I keep saying Kazuma.
Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Ooh, certainly, my lord. That is a really long scroll. Why is it so big? The incident took place on 1st November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson. A name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. Let's see it. Gergzi. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. No, he didn't.
How has this range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Okay, then he was shot point-blank. In some capacity, by something. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord, not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
Okay. As you wish, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented by a Mr. Hugh Janus. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? What was he doing? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. Why? 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 Why do you do that? Van Zoinks, why are you like, I'm gonna wait here with a gun? Why? You're like pulling an Edgeworth. Oh, wait. You're pulling an Edgeworth from case 1-4. Oh, wait. Maybe you're like the same person. Not really, but kind of. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, Counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself. Barrick von Zoinky? Or Van Sykes? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Okay, I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand.
Zoinky? Hey, bud. How you doing? Oh, we're starting out. His theme just starts playing. Okay. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Barrick Van Sykes, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Sykes, that you heard Prosecutor Sogi's opening presses. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord.
And I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place.
I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
Okay, that's good. I would love that, actually. That's really good.
I must say, Lord Van Sykes, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it.
Yeah.
Your formal testimony then, witness.
Okay. I like formal testimony from witness. Especially when it's Zoinky. Hey, Zoinky. The facts of the incident.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Wait, it was only then? So he wasn't... Well, I mean, you were in the dark. That testimony was the whole truth?
It was.
So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. What's up, Bulldogs? Swiler! Swiler! He got fucked up! My man! Gregsy! He got sploinkied, Swiley. Mama Luigi got a Swiler, some shit went down. Also, look who's prosecuting. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. Also, Van Zykes is accused of murder, Swiley.
I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. No, he believes in us. Salmon is in the pot? That's awesome, Ollie.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Okay, it's go time. Gamer time. Ooh, look at that art. The facts of the incident.
I was investigating Gregson and my inquiries have led me to that address.
You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? Ollie, don't say that. Let me discover the awesome for myself, you stinky. Stinky not people PogChamp?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Why not? Sorry.
I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary.
Okay. Or just admit to it, yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's dead honest. He is stone cold honest.
The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry.
You allegedly entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zykes? I was aware of the possible consequences.
So in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why.
Yes.
I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? He tells the truth, and that's a good thing and a bad thing.
When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one.
Had you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I only learned of this place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything.
I think you're lying. I think he's lying about that. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside.
The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor.
Are you sure about that? Because I can think of a reason how you would have. There was no artificial light in the room, you say. You're quite sure? There was a candle.
Maybe. Ooh. I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started toward the desk to investigate.
Okay. And what'd you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Okay. Can I, like, maybe just, like, present already? Maybe? Or should I, like, keep doing that? A candelabrum from the wall in the room in Fresno Street where the inspector was dead. The top of the one of candles appears to have been blown off. Can we prove that this was lit, though? I mean, I don't know if we can. Oh, there's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. Perhaps a bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. I see.
I see, indubitably. Indubitably.
What if you use the candle to stab? Hmm? I'm just gonna keep pressing. So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
You say it was very dark in there?
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence.
Okay. Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, he was shot at point blank.
No, that's out of the question.
Oh.
Without a doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor.
Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
Presumably then the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took into your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
Oh?
Hmm?
Nico, they already did that in a case? Maybe. What?
What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it! Okay. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume.
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
You're telling me someone getting shot didn't give you a heart attack, but someone bursting through the door did? Okay. You're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled.
Okay.
A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Okay.
It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
So he appeared right then. Like, right then he appeared. Is that what you're saying? In what way did the body appear? Like, he wasn't there and then he was there? Is that what you're saying?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly...
Wasn't Gregson on the hit list? We were saying this, Swiler. He needed to get out to France. Remember? He was supposed to go to Paris. And we're like, a fate worse than death. You remember? Gregson's on the hit list. So the people who were on the hit list were Kazuma, who we thought was dead. A Shin, which turns out to be Giselle Brett, who is dead. Tobias Gregson, who's now dead. And Dr. Wilson, who was the victim in case 1, who is dead. 3 out of the 4 people are now dead, and 4 out of 4 were supposed to be dead. That's mighty sussy of you.
As far as I'm concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? Did you?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
Okay. This thing was just a giant setup. I'm willing to... Well, of course it was, but like... The Reds-headed society is up to some major sussy actions right now.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregsy. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Oh. Oh. Surely the court has heard enough. Red sus. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak van Zykes, is lying on multiple fronts. Ooh, good song. What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. Defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. I was about to present that. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that a projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by a bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Yeah, so the light would be light in the room. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? What? Okay, I knew the first one, but the second one, what? The accused also claims to have never visited the scene of the crime before.
That's the truth.
In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed, what is the common thread, counsel?
It's Zoinky. They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zykes. All of them? And furthermore, all of these cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today.
None of them?
Uh-oh. Because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout at his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No. The truth is, we've been looking at this backward.
Backwards, explain, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Uh-oh, that's not good.
Order, order, order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Eric von Zykes is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a great number of stark inconsistencies with known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it.
You know what? I really, if there's one person I have ever completely trusted in all of Ace Attorney, it actually is Van Zykes. I do 100% think he is telling the truth here. More than I've never been more certain about a witness. Because he wants the truth. He's a truth boy. Ozma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. The notice board has been entered into the court record. A freestanding notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Yeah, but they're the ones who are sussy.
Very well, lead the witnesses in.
Is it French? French and, what is the other one? Italian?
The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Oh, what the heck? What the fuck? Oh, I know that guy. I know the third one. Little Red Riding Hood, Popeye, and like a cart salesman. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Okay, I have to get a feel for their personalities before I decide on the voices. Except for the third guy. I know what his voice will be. Names, we don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. I'm just guessing. Far too fancy for the likes of me. Why is Little Red Riding Hood over there on the left? Okay. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
Easy me a memo. Give them a while they can stand as we walk down Fresno. It's been a few words into a verse for them.
Ah, would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everyone calls him Gossip. Everyone calls me Gossip. Should he be Goofy? Or like Banjo-Kazooie? Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. He's gonna be Goofy, I think. Jaunty little tidbits. What's the Phoenix Wright quote from the other game where Phoenix is like, how could I have been reduced to a juicy tidbit? I can't believe I've been reduced to a juicy tidbit. Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. Go. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Go. I'm good. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Why? I don't want to. All right. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street had just had twins. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Wait a minute. Got the same haircut. All right, they're probably not the same person, but I just noticed that. Gosh. Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, ain't it? Isn't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course.
Also, why is your neck all red?
I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Yo, all the ladies love gossip. He's just got hickeys all over his neck.
What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Venus?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit?
Oh, so you're Brit.
British?
I mean, they're all British, but I gotta, like, pinpoint her voice.
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit?
No, that's too basic.
Gosh.
I've done too many of the voices, like,
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit?
I could do like the Pat and Rolly from Case 4 of the first game where it's like, me, I'm Venus. That's why everyone calls me. Doing Urbosa? What does Urbosa sound like again? Urbosa lines. Voice lines. Breath of the Wild, Lady Urbosa. Urbosa, speak. Urbosa, speak. Speak, Urbosa. Dang it, why isn't my ad blocker working? It's failing right now. I want to hear her voice. Come on. YouTube's like, well, no ad's gonna play, but you still have to wait for it. Ooh. Speak. 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 Speak.
Link. Thanks to your valor and skill, my soul is free, and Naboris is ours once again.
Ah.
Which means that
finally
we
can complete what we started years ago. I can't do a woman's voice because I'm not a woman. But you know what? I'll do my freaking best. Hi, Abel. Abel, the detective got murdered. What kind of voice should Little Red Riding Hood have here, Abel? What kind of voice should I do? Venus?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit?
A deep, threatening voice? No. I don't want to. I'll figure it out. Oh!
I sell these lovely fireworks to all the local school kids.
What the fuck? Damn, what that ass do?
6 pence a pop. What do you say? Bring.
You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
What? What the? This game is crazy.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Wanna part with 6 pence for a pop?
Not really. Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom.
Thank you. I highly doubt that. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
All right, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. Venus special, only 600 pence.
600? That's a lot of pence. That's a lot of pence.
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about it, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. The Venus firecracker has been entered into the court record. Now that's cool. It's like $9 USD. With inflation, that's a steal. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? Okay, so I know this guy.
I'm a thinker, me. All sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand here on the street watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it.
What? Why do they call him Sandwich? Why would they call him Sandwich? So, you don't actually sell anything.
A problem shared, it's problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do. I think what it means.
He sells sandwiches? Maybe. It'd be like a street sandwich, like a sidewalk sandwich. Abel, you don't want to have a sidewalk sandwich.
I don't actually sell anything. No, come to think of it.
Hot. Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And as always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
No, I've had a good street sandwich, but sidewalk sandwiches, those are risky, Abel. Those are risky. You take one wrong bite of the wrong sidewalk sandwich and you're done. Not only that, but they have very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime.
Well, I'll be better than I thought, just between us.
Venus de Milo.
Like, what did I do for? I have to remember her voice. I did Goofy for the middle guy. I once ate a bagel and a track meet that had been left out from the previous day, just sitting on the grass. That's awesome.
Venus de Milo. What am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw! What I think is, if what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes. Is any of it real?
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimonies of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Okay, let's do it.
Gosh!
No food goes to waste, Swiler. That's a true determination right there.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard the Big Bang. It seemed to me like a quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran in the room, and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over a dead body.
I was scared half to death, me. I ran off to find a copper.
A copper? You ran off to find a copper? That's cool. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Something to think about. Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrack Van Sykes.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like.
He also has a giant coat, and he's green. He looks like a vampire. I don't think you can miss him.
And just between us, folks love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already.
Oh, wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholders' names, don't we? It's Hugh Boone, Hugh Janus.
The testimony on the court we just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendants could have committed the crime.
No. Thank you for your condor, my lord. Candor? I don't know words.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. All right, let's get him. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. All right, let's do it. Let's run it. Let's run it and gun it. Cross-examination. The witness's account.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
Hold it!
Okay. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zykes?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson. They arrive at the same time as each other. I would love to see one where his client is actually guilty and he can't save them. Maybe, or listen, I can't confirm or deny for spoilers' sake whether or not that happens in a game that's not this game. But I think you can figure out from the way that I'm wording it that it might have happened in another game. Actually, it did happen in this game. Whoa! Abel, you missed it. The third case, this is case 9 of 10. On the third case, we defended someone who was guilty. But we got them off the hook because we didn't seek the truth. We only seeked the conviction, or the acquittal. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Does it seem likely I have forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair very well red, redder than my flaming fireworks even. That fiery red mop still burned on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Were you listening, chum? I was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What? What?
No, Gregsy! Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. No! What the? Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. But why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
I disagree fully.
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. It just disappeared?
God, what? You expect us to have been watching the building every second, do ya?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Okay.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside. We all heard a big bang.
Okay, what was the big bang?
Hold it!
You know, actually, fun fact, you guys. The clap of Van Zyk's ass cheeks is actually what started the Big Bang. Many people don't know this, actually. The colossal nature of them was so grand that whoosh, one clap, it reset the universe. It's like a Thanos situation. By which presumably do you mean the gunshot?
I sell these little things, don't I? I would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
God, her voice is gonna hurt me. And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here in the building.
Mm-hmm, that's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went, just like that.
Gar? Well, he's a Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli.
I don't know what that is. I don't speak French.
When the Reaper's around, people are going to the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. And at that point you ran inside, is that correct?
Seems to me like quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip wouldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Gossip couldn't wait to go. So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
It's a bit of a babble. Well, I'm a bit hampered, and the signs are all that I can't move very well.
No, Ollie, that's not Beppo, that's Sandwich. Can you get your facts right? You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Yes, we have.
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am.
What is this Shakespearean jujitsu? What are you talking about? So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? I don't know. That'd be weird. If he was, that'd be so weird.
Oh.
I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. He's just cold all the time. Hot.
Sundown King on Henry Street, and the Black Widower's arms is just there.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises.
God, I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
Hold it!
You like my voice for him, Ollie?
Gosh.
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and then yelled out, "What's going on there?"
Lord Van Sykes claimed all he heard was a man's scream, though. And it wasn't dark inside the room.
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
I mean, there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
I see. Even though Lord Van Sykes claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Beric Van Sykes.
God, that's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold hard stare myself.
Beppo's like, no, you people, I got a sign, I'm a sandwich, brother. I'm literally a sandwich. I'm literally a sandwich and you're not. I'm literally a sandwich. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? It's a good line.
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle.
Yo, you're having a bread sandwich?
So I don't know what what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is, we're all nothings really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now, huh? Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
But when he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
Oh, that's it?
Oh, you rotten, I almost turned full British there. You rotten beggar! I told you keep that secret. Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that secret.
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's what I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Bladed my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! Yuck!
What, a pool of blood?
But listen here, even if I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it, huh?
Let's go just back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did, huh? It happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can just keep it between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm gonna have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must.
Go if I must.
The witnesses will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
Oh, Kazuma's like, uh-oh. He knows already. I already know, too.
I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I clearly wiped it off on the floor.
Did you? Where'd you wipe it? Can you show us on the floor plan, maybe? Just in case, I guess I'll save. I'm 99% sure this is right, but it might be another stupid situation where it's like, oh, that's right, but it's the wrong evidence, even though it's the right logic. You know what I mean?
Objection!
How is that wrong? How is that wrong? That's not wrong!
I'm sorry, we got some of that fantasy, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate.
Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil inside you, Mr. Naruto.
What the hell? How is that not right? Says the man merrily dishing out penalties. Is this really not it? Or do I have to press it again? I might have to press it again. Gurgzy's not doing too hot. Gurgzy got a little sploinky yoinkied. Gurgzy. 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence. Okay. How is it not the map? He went in the door, saw the Reaper at the desk, went, fell over, got his hand in blood. How would that make sense? How is that not it? What? Yeah, I'm gonna press it.
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor.
Well, who wants blood on his hand, huh? Horrible stuff, and they might have thought I'd done it. What? No, duh.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us.
Okay.
There's something wrong, Counsel.
No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all.
Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor with the blood.
Uh-huh. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. Oh, really? Who could have seen? Shut up, Venus. I'm not gonna... No copper. Okay, we gotta find something. Something with blood. Something with blood. Blood. No, 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 no. Reaper. Ow! Oh, what's this? Blood! Mr. Naruto, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. The details of the notice board have been updated in the court record. Wait. I'm trying to think about this. There's a bloody handprint on the back. Okay, well, is this it?
Objection!
Okay, good. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, huh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
Oh. The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? Objection! Screw you, Kazuma. If you'll listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint of the distinctive color of blood.
Oh, you're right, Dad. You're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Hot actual hero.
Objection!
It says hot actual hero. I mean, he is pretty hot. Mr. Sandwich is pretty hot. The witnesses very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of this room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position. Oh! I think I know why Van Zykes didn't see light. Because maybe the notice board was probably blocking the candles. I assume. Or like, you know, like seeing direct vision to it. Maybe. We'll see, we'll see. It would have been at a considerable distance from the body.
Oh, I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. Ugh. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it you have formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. I don't know what it is. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... the board moving. I assume. I mean, technically false testimony, but not intentionally false. I don't think. I assume it's this one. I don't know. I don't know. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. It is upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. It's true. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
Objection. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And what would that be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
Now, Counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Okay, I need to look at the court record real quick to see the orientation of this again. Okay, so it was like that. Okay, so it was this way. Okay, I got it. It was like this way. Okay, so he fell down in front of it. It'd just be right in front of the door. That's the only way that it would make sense for that orientation of handprint. I believe so. I believe it's that. Right here. Yeah, like around right here. I don't know why it was like right here. If I get this wrong, Ollie, just tell me where it was. Because this is probably too precise. Okay, never mind. It was right here, my lord.
Goodness!
No, I'm afraid I don't. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. I'm disappointed, Ryunosuke. In Japan, we're taught to have patience and respect for our elders. So until his lordship sees your logic, you won't know your place not move from that spot. Ah! Okay, I don't get it. How brilliant of Kazuma-sama. That almost sounded unreasonable at first, but he was just thinking of you. Unreasonable? Try unfathomable. Anyway, I think I have the answer now. I know my place, or rather, I know the board's place. I don't, apparently.
No, Counsel, I ask you to clarify your assertion.
I don't know. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? If it fell over. Would it just be on the door? Like on this? Because here's the thing. Right side of door, that wouldn't make sense though, because the witness said he came in, got scared, and then ran back out. So the only place he got scared, fell over, and then ran back out. He came in, saw Van Zykes with a gun, got scared, fell over, got his hand in blood, it fell out. I don't get it. Closer to the body because blood. Well, yeah, that makes sense. But he said that he only went in the door a little bit. Because there was no. Because here's the thing, Abel. There was no blood on the face down side. None. Which, if it was near the blood, that would have been. There would have been blood on the other side because it was on the floor. I'm reading the text. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I might game over this. I don't know. Right here. If he came in the door, immediately fell over, it would be right here, like under the door. I have to read his statements. What did he say? What did he say? I had to go all the way back up. I don't get it. Okay, Gossip. Okay, Gossip said, even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the same time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. Oh. But that does not make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. It's either literally right here or it's literally right here. Ollie, you can tell me if I'm right. Because that part was highlighted, it makes me think that it should be right here. That'd be my next guess. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. I guess. And then after that, my guess would be right here. Like right on the door. Like under the door frame. Or the under the door swinging out. Split the difference right here. I feel like I'm gonna get that wrong. I'm gonna read it again. I don't get it. I do not comprehend. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. So he says he was not on the other side of the room, which means he'd be right here. I already guessed right here, and that's where I thought it was, because he came in and he saw the body, and he saw Psyche. It would be right here, right where the door opens. Or right here. Ollie, help me. I don't know. And I don't want to game over it, because I will. I game over it in case 2. You're on the right track generally? Okay. So my original logic is sound. That doesn't make sense. If it's right here, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. I don't get it. The door may have knocked it over. But, like, if he came in and ran back out, he wouldn't have been over there. How the okay, whatever, dude. Ooh, we're right here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. I don't understand. How?
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
It was in front of the door. How did he open the door? Knocked it over, or it was already lying down when he got in there and it just, like, door didn't... You know, it was just on the floor. The court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier. He said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Okay, but he didn't go in all the way. Yuck. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. There's also a door that would make it completely hidden from view. I don't think you need a notice board right there. There's also a big door that swings out that way. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. Oh. I don't like this. This is stupid.
Objection!
Well, the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. Yeah. So he didn't see the notice board, and then it fell over, and now he saw it. That's true, or in his precise words...
Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open, and I heard a man scream.
Oh, and then he knocked it over?
It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream. Well, he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open.
You look again at the floor plan. Okay, this makes sense, except how the hell did his handprint, if it fell right here, like in the center of where my screen is right now, it would fall that way, right? You knock it over, it'd fall there. How the hell did he's like, I came in, I got scared, and I ran out. How the hell did he end up over here? That doesn't make any sense. What?
Unless he's the murderer. Oh.
Teleporte. Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. It would knock it over. Yes, I concur. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ugh. Okay. Yes.
Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. Okay. Into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. So was Gregson looking at the board when he got murdered? Maybe. That's a possibility. Not saying that's my theory, but it's definitely a possibility.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Guys, stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message.
Okay. Whoa, Venus is looking weird right now. Oh, she was doing a weird pose before this. Now she's doing a regular pose.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, being just a sign from the crossroads of life.
It was the Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
Okay.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. A detective had still died when he heard a gunshot.
Okay. Yeah.
So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed and with only the light of a few candles on an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what had happened.
That's right, yeah. Don't pay to expect too much.
I don't know if I'm gonna stick with this voice. I kind of like it, but at the same time, I kind of don't.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that is destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. Yeah, so what about it? In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak Fen Zykes. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, yes, indeed. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the defense witness about the circumstances?
Yes! Yes!
Very well, then you may proceed, counsel.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much. I'm gonna proceed so hard. I'm gonna proceed so hard. The mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Okay, not that one.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
Okay, what were the second years doing? When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? These cheeky little so-sos have got a plan to blow up their school at the Kingdom Come.
So you're complacent in acts of terrorism. Why are you the way that you are?
So I've been telling on them, letting the teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. And praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
I don't know about that. What a racket. I think I'm gonna change her voice, because this voice is really hard to do and I don't think I'm very good at it.
Course, and sometimes the teacher gives me a little bonus to thank me for letting him know. Of course. And sometimes the teacher gives me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know.
I don't know. I don't think that's the right direction. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you scared, Ollie?
Of course. And sometimes the teacher...
Okay, I mean, I keep coming back to that voice. Minnie Mouse and Goofy? What does Minnie Mouse sound like? Go-ho?
Say, the door to darkness, fellas.
Minnie Mouse. What do you sound like? Minnie Mouse, what do you sound like? Sleeping Minnie, Season 1, Episode 19. Minnie, what do you sound like? Oh, my ad blocker's not working again. It keeps trying to block an ad and an ad doesn't play, but it makes me wait the 10 seconds that it takes to play the ad.
Hey, everybody, it's
Ho-ho!
me, Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse, I don't care.
You want to come inside my clubhouse?
No,
Up for 100 years.
I want to see Minnie Mouse. Where's Minnie Mouse?
Carpet?
Minnie Mouse. I need Minnie Mouse.
You bet.
Where is she? I don't want the duck. What, is Minnie not in this episode? I literally saw her in the thumbnail. Oh, there she is. There she is.
The spell.
A spell? Oh, well, thank you for waking me.
That's kind of what I've been doing. That's already kind of what I've been trying to do.
Oh, thank you for waking me. Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Okay, well, I'll try this. It's a little easier.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Okay, how much you want to bet she's like 14? Judge, I don't want you saying that.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Okay, how old are you? Judge, no idea, just no clue. We have no clue how old they are. Sandwich. I like sandwich. I thought that said, I when I first read a mysterious signpost, I read that as a mysterious shitpost who can be found on Fresno Street. I love sandwich. All right, what do you have to say about this sandwich, huh? Sir, sandwich, what are we talking, BLT, spicy Italian? Turkey on ciabatta? Are we talking honeysuckle ham? Are we talking roast beef? Are we talking veggie supreme?
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich. That's another screenshot.
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Could that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Come on, Sandwich.
Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it.
Uh-huh.
Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar.
Okay, he actually has a really good point. If a liar says they're a really good liar, are they telling the truth or are they telling a lie? Think about it.
Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think?
Yeah. I like how he objected to that. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't trust that sandwich man. I trust that sandwich man. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus had been lying, are you?
Oh.
Come on, sandwich.
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you?
Okay, I think I got Minnie Mouse.
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you?
Yeah, that's Minnie. Kinda.
Keep on like that,
Kind of, not really.
and I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
The startlingly disturbing mind between that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Oh. Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of me days. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here is headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was somebody else who crept up the stairs behind him, too.
There was?
Hmm? That's right. That rotten liar over there. Uh-huh. Hee
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
I don't like how you start a match with your butt. You look... Listen. What is this game rated T? I think so. And you're like 14? And you're selling terrorist bombs? Ace Attorney's great.
What did I tell you, huh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yeah, but why are you lying? That's so weird of you. Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
You did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to that room, yeah? Yeah.
Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider it a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh, yes, my lord, of course.
Okay.
Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek in the room where it all happened.
Okay, well, you care to elaborate? You make a habit of lying, don't you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. Don't really know, to be fair. You want my advice, though? I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
All right, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know.
Don't say that. I don't like this. What's going on, Aiden? What's going on? Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
How'd you know that? The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if it was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but nothing was to write home about.
Okay. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please. Don't match your butt.
Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, I flipped the blasted thing.
Okay. You flipped it? You're telling us that you did move the board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft barn pot?
I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell?
Oh, please! I should be so lucky. It's my magic.
The truth now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much. Ah! Jaina!
That was you, was it? You're the one who took it? Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. His fish and chips. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey, he was upset. He gave me a right earful. Telling he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, and that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. No, Oh. Well, now I do. Okay. Well, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's possible. That was a possibility. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jobs that night to see how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it. Hot, actual hero. I agree, Sandwich. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just as long as you promise to give it back when we're done. No, not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That is enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Ugh. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken.
Uh-oh. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. Let me guess, the time's gonna be broken and it's gonna be a disagree with the autopsy report. Oh, wow, how could I have seen that coming? It doesn't tick anymore, neither. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, huh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Gregson's pocket watch has been entered into the court record.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
And as predicted, it has very little bearing on the case. Ugh.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Okay. I'm dancing. Okay, let's peep this out. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto, not an odd job man. Okay, what's on the back of the watch? Ooh, what's on the bottom of the watch? A keyhole, maybe. What is that? Oh, the winding thing. The winding Wendy. Ah, there's a little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh, yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It'd be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Let's peep this out. What? Okay, I actually don't. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I actually don't know what it is. But I'll find out. I will. I'm positive. I'm just gonna examine this because I probably need to at some point. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruto? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just the Venus special. was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Probably a lot. Shall we find out? Sussy Baka, you cannot commit acts of overseas terrorism in the courtroom. What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. And Sussy's like, did I fucking stutter? Mr. Naruhodo. Bang! Bang! Yeah, they did, Aiden, but not with 600 or 100 of them or whatever. All right, that was fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like a gun. It did sound like a gun, maybe. Let's peep this candle out. Whoa! No way. What's going on, dude? Hey, what's on your helmet?
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. Head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Maybe you should twist it off or something. Shall we try twisting it around and around too for fun? Maybe. Whoa!
A stabbing utensil of various varieties.
What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
What? A key for a certain clock? But it's tiny though. It could be a key for a door, not that size. So what's it for, I wonder? I know what it's for. I know what it's for. I'm gonna examine this real quick. Miss Sibaka, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for the Inspector Gregson's watch?
Oh yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose.
Oh. We're actually doing this. Oh, so the clock works. I knew it, a perfect fit.
And look, the Inspector's watch has started going again.
Oh, so it's obviously not just been wound up. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Sato?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
Maybe.
She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. I like how on the second testimony of this entire case, we just like started in Allegro. I was like, all right, cool. Let's look at these statements.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got the face that screams bored.
I don't know about that one. I need to check the autopsy report. That's what I need to do. What? When did he die? Coroner Maria Gorey. Who the hell? Maria Gorey? Nationality British. Mariah Carey. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need, and it's Gregsy. Cause of death: victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, and resulting in instant death. Oh, Joe, what are you doing? Easy mode on of the greatest inventions is video games. Yes. Maria's the killer? Maybe. I don't know. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at entry point. The bullet exited the body from behind. I mean, her last name's Gory, yes, but her job is a coroner, so I guess that makes sense. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. I see.
I see indeed, miss. Yes, indeed, quite. Yes.
I'm just gonna press all this stuff.
Hold it!
Just gonna keep pressing. But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
Well, you're not even selling anything. You're literally a sandwich. So you did go see what you did go to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Or both different members of the sign family.
What? Sandwich. You gotta calm down, dude.
So if I spotted it, I might have tried to trip it out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians. Good one, Ryanosuke. I was just about to say the same thing. Homo sinians? Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander bee. It's just a sign at the crossroads of life.
Okay.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board?
Well, it was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes.
I don't know about that. I can't say I'd ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. Never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Or of the Reaper. Not for a second.
Sorry?
Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you?
Oh, yeah? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
Well, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heavied the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner.
Okay. Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
I kind of see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Maybe not.
Wait, does the does this say a time of death? This doesn't say a time of death? Why not? Why no time of death? Well, I'm just gonna press. I think the answer is just the watch still, but you know. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe not. Maybe the notice board fell over. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over. Maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because the gunshot we all heard. So your fate is sealed too.
My fate? Me? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. Why would you say that? I thought we were friends. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story. Okay, find a problem with the gunshot? It may be possible to change all of our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard. Does it? Does it?
Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Cosmo's right and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I have no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it.
So follow your instincts.
All right then. Okay, so we got the watch out of her. And I think it's statement 5. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Okay, 2 things. First of all, what if it was one of these? Also, Inspector Gregson's pocket watch, he wound without fail every single day. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. It could be either, honestly. I don't know. What are the other statements again? I just need to make sure. I gotta read all of them. I don't think it'd be one of the first ones. I don't know anything about that notice board. I just wiped my hand on it. Okay. Not that. Maybe I did sneak along and gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Okay, so she was in the room with a firecracker. Maybe. I don't know anything about anything. I just a bystander. Okay. It was the Reaper. It's this statement. Okay. So it's this one. But what is the answer? That's the question. That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million. $1 billion. I can't figure out whether it wants me to present the firecracker, because it sounds like a gunshot. The Venus Special Firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. It goes off like a gunshot. But then she came in right then. What time is this at? 5? Oh, what's this? There's a tiny stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look.
I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we now know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Okay. There's a small part of the watch still at the scene? Or maybe we have it already and we don't even know. Maybe it's in his hair. Oh my god. This looks so stupid. I guess I do need to investigate this. I always wonder what the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
It doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you?
I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. It doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
It might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
Yeah, Ollie. What's wrong? I assume it's this, but I'm gonna save. Yes, okay. It can't be, I mean, it could be the clock, but I'm thinking...
Objection!
Okay, it's not the firecracker. Okay. I don't think it contradicts, sadly. I was kind of unsure on it, to be honest. Perhaps that itself is the contradiction. Maybe. Indeed. Indeed.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh,
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of... key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch.
A key.
And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which the entire case has been built.
What?
Yeah, the time of death, I assume, right?
Order! But Counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
I don't know about that.
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
No, that doesn't hold.
Why not?
Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting on his grub to come at the pub. That he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. Meant the world to him. That watch did. That victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh, why?
Well, how do you explain it then?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. So he was dead a long time ago?
You can't mean.
What would stop a man from winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single day for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Oh. Order, Counsel! This is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection.
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. You really think that Scotland Yard's coroner could have overlooked something like that?
Well, if they are who I think they are, then yes. If Gory is who I think they are, yes. I do think they could do that. On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report.
Yeah, the time of death.
The time of death. I was like, why is it not there? Time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right.
Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Uh-huh.
Yes. The victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh.
Wait, he catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection.
No. But the blood could be explained by in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterward. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Wait. That's my... Why? I am not your learned friend. Don't call me that. You're not Zoink Scoob. What are you doing?
Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner?
Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection.
Objection. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question.
Is it though?
What?
Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room.
Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
Oh, you got the whip for your carriage now? I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, Council.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with...
Take that!
Wow. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now, hold on a minute. What are you saying I did? My pretty little firecrackers only made a little pop anyway. See?
No. Not 100 of them, not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause the bang was Barrack Van Sykes.
One whiff of a match and my firecrackers.
I'm turning into actual Mickey.
One whiff of my match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Yeah, how is she not, like... I'm not gonna ask questions. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. The cat flap-o-mat. Something called, a time bomb. No, the cat flap-o-mat. You're saying it wrong, Ryunosuke.
Good heavens, a bomb! Oh?
Yep, in an Enoch Drebber case. Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel.
Hey,
What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Let me think about this. What proof do you have to suggest that in any way that a timed device... No, I thought I was onto something for a second. But I don't think I was. Okay, well, I just need to read this just to, like, review. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there's now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All redheaded men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, public health report. That's so cool. That's awesome. Okay, well, good to know. It's not that. It's not this. This is a Blackbird line, which is great. Dismissal notice. I don't think this is going to come up yet, but I'm just going to read it just to review. He violated Clause 132. You can't do that, dude. You can't do that. You can't violate Clause 132. Okay, lady. Hi, lady. How are you? Revolver? Have I examined this? I don't think I have. This is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then.
Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Okay, well that's good information. Yo, bro, that's a crazy gun. Hey, yo, fuck that gun. What you say about me? Yo, that's a crazy gun. I love that gun. You know what? No, I hate that gun. It's looking at me. Fuck that gun. I don't think there's anything left to examine on the gun. Policeman figurine wouldn't have caused,
Oh. Ollie, I know! I know the answer! I know the answer, Ollie! I know the answer!
a timed device. Well, I know what... Okay, I have a theory that I think what it is. I also have another theory of that it could also possibly technically be that. Theory number one is when the clock ran out, that's like key for it to go bang, because it ended at 5. They heard the gunshot at 5. That would have been the trigger. I guess technically the candle also could be it if they set it to a certain level of wax and they knew how much how much wax burns per hour. I guess it could be the candelabrum, technically, but I think it's
Le clock, los clocos.
I'm gonna save just because I'm on 2 penalties, and I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna run it.
Take that!
Ooh. You're suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device?
I did think so, my lord. But it's becoming increasingly clear. We've all been very misguided here.
Objection!
Objection!
Yes, by you.
What? What?
Why? Why? I don't know. Why would I know? I don't know. A timed device? It's the candle. I'm not confident in the candle, but I can't think of anything else. What could have been a timed device? A timed device. What else was in the room? Nothing. An oil lamp on the table. Indication that a timed device was used. Well, I got nothing other than the candle, so I'm gonna run it.
Take that!
Great. Okay, that's awesome. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
No, I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. I'm supposed to know that was gunpowder marks? What the hell? There are gunpowder marks, scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are. Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at a very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun.
Ah!
Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. Also, Ollie, am I close to a what do you call it? A recess? Because if I'm not, I probably should reset and just like go through this again so I can have more life. I'm suggesting it came from the fireworks.
How can that be, huh?
The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. Maybe. I mean, that's... Listen, that is pushing it. But yes, technically, if you knew exactly how fast wax would burn, yes. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse on the firecrackers, generating a loud... Why would the killer need to be precise? Because the clock was at 5 o'clock and they were like, oh, we heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock? It'd have to happen exactly at 5 o'clock, otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
Bang!
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 And that's how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Yeah, because we were under the impression that his clock was at 5 o'clock, or his clock broke because it was at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot! And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we are led to believe. The previous day, even.
Dude, candles do not last a whole day of that size. No. Okay, what? Maybe. Listen, I'm just gonna follow the logic of the game. Whatever.
Now, just wait now. Hold your horses. All us here saw the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to.
Oh? Person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Ponder this.
Gosh!
Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Whoa!
Why are you laughing? Why are you being... Oh. Kazuma? What are you laughing at me for? Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. As far as I'm concerned. Oh, you're not supposed to be able to do that. I turned that off. I thought I did. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna change something real quick. Just a nice quick one, if you will. Okay, we should be good. As far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Hot, actual hero. Sandwich.
Order, 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 Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked.
Ugh.
Defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly. I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree, surely.
My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
And he was onto something, which is why he got killed.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Is it the picture? It'd probably be the... Because I don't want to lose, and get reset, Ollie, can you just tell me if I'm right? What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? Well, you have the whole board talking about the victims of the Reaper. Oh, the victims of the Reaper. Well, how do I prove it's professor time? Okay, Ollie. An old photographic print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson's office. The person on the left is Lord Clint Van Zykes. So this was on display. This would be the evidence. Correct, Ollie? It is not this photograph. Is it this one? This seems like a stretch. No, okay. This seems like a stretch. Technically, why can't we just say, dude, he had Reaper stuff all over his wall. He had this image of Clint who died to the professor. He has all these Reaper killings. We have the dismissal notice. And we have like a bunch of stuff. On the day prior to the incident. Okay, this is important. On the day prior to the incident. On the 31st. He was murdered on the 1st. I don't know. This, Ollie?
This is the day before. That's the key word here. That is the day before? Just in case. Just in case. He also had a wig? Yeah, but that's not like... There's no actual case with that yet.
Take that!
Well, that we know of. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. Ugh. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
That's not true. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. I'm the leader of the Red-Headed Gamer Society.
The Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League of Villains.
So you've already worked it out?
What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The
Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
Deception of what nature, Council?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads!
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go to a break here. Inspector Gregsy clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
Oh? Ooh. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We'll have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Okay, well, I would have game overed that hard. If I played by myself, at least. Not as hard as I game overed Case 2, surprisingly. Not as hard. Case 2, I game overed so hard. Like, I game overed like almost twice before I got it right. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant, antechamber. Oh, there you are, Otto.
Wait, what kept you, my dear fellow?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said now? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you.
Well, it's not a competition. It's not a competition, yeah. Are we the same person, Renosuke? Are we the same person? It seems like we're kind of the same person. And, you know, we look so much alike after all. You know, you with your short, dark blonde hair. No, you with your short, dark brown hair and me with my long, flowing locks of golden solitude. But I was more shocked than all of you put together.
This is the autopsy report in question, is it?
Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. That should have been my Halloween costume. I'm not gonna get a Japanese schoolboy's uniform, Ollie. No. No. Oh dear, if that was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zyx discovered his body. Sholmes' costume? That'd be very, very, very hard to make. Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. I will say, out of all characters in this game, I probably do look similar to Sholmes the most. I'm trying to think, is there another character I look more like?
I mean, I don't really look like Sholmes, to be honest, but I look similar enough to him. Shamspear? He's wearing a wig, Ollie. Is he? I don't know, maybe he is. I like to think he is. Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick?
No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
So you were taken in by their trick. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me who took them in. Suze! Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed, yours truly.
So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
That's pretty likely. Don't tar with him. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zykes for some reason. Yeah, why? The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregsy, Lord Van Zykes, Nico, and Kazuma. And Cosma. I mean, Nico's, like, I like Nico more, but Cosma, yeah. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today?
All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over shortly.
Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? We're probably gonna do something that the judiciary is really gonna not like. And if it were anyone else prosecuting or defending, they'd like stop the trial. Maybe, I don't know. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are
you ready then, Miss Susibaka?
Yes. Ollie, how far am I from the end of this trial? Like, not the end of the case, but like of this trial day. I need to know. 1 p.m. the Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Van Zykes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Murder! Now then, Prosecutor Asogi.
My lord.
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good.
What if Magnus McGilded is the leader of the Red-Headed Society? But his hair's blue, like Sholmes, and Sholmes was an imposter. Dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die. He's blue, dabba dee dabba die. I'm about half. Ollie, I can't finish this trial tonight. I'm actually serious. I literally can't. I have to end before this is done. There's no shot I finish this. Are you imposter? Just speedrun it? Okay, Ollie, yeah. It took me 2 hours and 42 minutes to get halfway through. Halfway? I'm not, at this rate, I'm not going to go to bed till 3. Yeah, I'm not doing this. Oh, boy. Ragazzi, mamma, sabitos. These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. Now you have to? No, I don't. Although I will stop. I'm just letting you know.
On him, Fabien de Rossier. A descendant of the great de Rossier family from Nice in France.
And my name's Peppino de Rossi.
No. You're like Italian. So how do I say that?
And I'm a Peppino de Rossi. I'm the 3rd son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility.
Those who graduated from Temzik. Temzik?
Ghost trick.
Those who graduate from Temzik are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do,
Okay. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out?
Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? Here's a grand ideas, but the petty plans. The strange combination is it the charm of the hilarious brothers? Hilarious brothers. Si capo, mamma mia, papa de pasta, super spagnolio.
Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you.
Acce? Are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva! Evviva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, you are small. I could punch you across this courtroom. And I will. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
The Chipello Territies, the capo's trumpacada, the furrowed brow.
Hey, yo.
It is a deeper capo, the furrow, and the meaning of your words.
I feel like I do a better Italian accent when I go like this. Even though I probably don't, I feel like I do. It just like gets me in the character, you know, just to go like this. You couldn't see it off screen, but when I was reading his lines, I was going like this. I was literally going like this off screen.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. C'est ça.
I don't know what that said.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alos, I will explain it.
No, capo! I leave it to Mia. Mia Mario. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without a pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Wah! Those dogs! One said the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice.
C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. But 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I'm honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you can receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in the droves at a park specified in the advertisement. I gotta pronounce it how they do in the game. And from each person present, the pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Wait, really?
That's a scam.
And with the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no.
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a Coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will ever see the rest of my life.
I see, you see, and now, every time I see a couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. It's me, Mario, Peppino, Papasta, Meatball, Saka Noodle, Mega Rigatoni, Montevideli. Cuspacioso, gelato fritolioso, mucha pastio.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good.
So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi? No.
So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony to the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
Okay, your friend's eating a lot of spaghetti over there. The man in the photograph.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall this man in the photograph, capo?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Allora, the victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
Yeah, Peppino. Come on, Peppino. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody look like this came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be noted that you two have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Oh! With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh?
He's really a sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League, undercover.
Oh, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, yeah?
That is ridiculous. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say, Peppino. Get your shit together. I'll beat the shit out of you, Peppino. Shut the fuck.
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed.
Mm-hmm. Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Ah, yes, my lord. I will cross-examine the witness. The man in the photograph.
We have more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in the photograph, capo.
Hold it!
Doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. This was a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick other people.
What the Peppino, you sneaky Sally. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, they made 5,000 shillings. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, signore. It may be small. But my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this,
No.
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he's dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Je ne sais quoi, omelette du fromage.
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that is true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Yeah, I don't get that.
Normally, the red hair is a very distinctive eye. But not when you have 1,000 red heads crowding around. Then it is just an eyesore. But if there was one, for some other information you could give us, maybe we could recall.
No. No.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, too. If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph and they had been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips would be kind of... that's pretty distinctive. I'm gonna say his fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember it in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Remember the man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Oh, the spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti! I'm Italiano! I love the spaghetti!
Really? I had no idea.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
Say capo, si! Say it again and again! Adore! This victim has nothing to do with us!
Okay.
Hold it!
Can I do this again and, like, give them another detail?
Wait, that is true. wait.
What if I fed them his profession? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man is a photograph, a detective.
Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Incognito Nico. Incognito, if you will.
Oh. Sorry, but this changes nothing. I think it changes something, cause a Peppino like a spaghetti.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Something to add, Mr. Peppino de Rossi. Rossi.
Jesse, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What did he just say about the detective?
Okay. Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have already said enough.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from a Scotland Yard.
What?
Order. Explain this volte fast in your testimony witness.
Volte fa...
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector.
There was no such man. I said there was no such man, Peppino, you stupid bitch. I will kill you right now, Peppino. I will stomp you under my gaudy boot print right now.
Madame, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes these games to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. Rossi Pepino! Rossi Pepino is a faster pasta!
I'm having a lot of fun with this character. I like this guy. I like this guy not because of his actual character. I just like that I could
Meatball!
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Hey. Oh. Oh? We're both double slamming. Slamming and yamming. New bamboozler montage.
Trota, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from the Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. It was someone else.
How could you be so sure?
Because to start with, his face was completely his face was completely different.
See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was a clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was a thinner.
Was it perhaps Van Zoinky? No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the capo here, he didn't take no nonsense,
But he was very prepared. He said he had identification. Hey Mario! Is my brother Luigi to here drop you a whole heaping steaming helping pile of information?
Hello, Mario. Identificazione? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would ever offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly the papers were fake.
Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another eye.
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoyed. He said, you are under investigation. I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park.
It was fantastico. Look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man.
He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. It's me, Mario, Luigi.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
The inspector's identification has been entered into the court record, and the identification of a man claiming to be a detective inspector confiscated by Mr. De Rossio and Mr. De Rossi.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
Okay, well, let's peep this out real quick.
Aurora, this victim was nothing to do with us.
I highly doubt that. But, Metropolitan Police Guard? What? Police warrant card? Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. 997? Was it Gina? Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Jaina. Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Yeah, why do you know this? You mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Well, someone could have stolen it. Earlier and like, made them act all foolish.
Nothing to do with him. Mamma mia, pizza pie. I love the pizza pie.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. I'm gonna just keep pressing for now. But we only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do?
True.
Oof, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown a horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Hi, capo.
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
You had to bring that up. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair, eh? Hi, capo.
Maybe.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
What do you mean by that?
Cavolo, you promised not to say, hey, capo.
After we had taken the money, all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day.
Oops.
See, but it's an easy mistake to make the 31st.
Both. I have no sympathy for you, Peppino. We were all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. It's because of these that the so-called red-headed detective caught us.
Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of a god. His holy punishment,
That's right, Mario is our god.
Peppino, for the last time, you stupid bitch. I'll kill you with my single boot. I'll kill you with a shoe. I'll hit you into the ground. I will bury you, Peppino. This is not only punishment. This is all your fault.
Oh!
Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger.
Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. When it's time to come to eat the pasta, the Peppino go crazy on the spaghetti.
And I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim that they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. He's fucking eating spaghetti in the courtroom. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying to simply avoid being implicated in this case as well. Okay. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. It seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Thank you, Sasibaka. Okay, let's do statement 3. Definitely a statement 3 kind of cross-examination.
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Well, because we have his ID, but that doesn't prove that he was there, because someone could have used it. Maybe it's a 4?
Aurora, the victim has nothing to do with us, Peppino.
Okay. No, wait, what's the first one again? We had more than 1,000 people. Okay, that's good. I haven't pressed this yet, so I'm actually gonna do that. Just to be sure. 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd.
It was quite a spectacle. Redheads that come from all over the capital.
See, the capo here, he has a magnetismo animale. Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
What?
All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. You stupid Peppino! I'll kill you and your spaghetti. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid the 5 shillings.
We take their names and we take their money and then we take their addresses as well. And then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post. Hey, finito, maybe a 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with the chemically altered hair. That's true. It's gotta be 3. I don't remember him, and obviously he's dead now. I assure you he was not in the park. Well, I mean, the only thing that I can think of is the identification. It's genuine. And it's like there, so let's just run it. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick. And I'm just gonna run it. It's the real article. Oh, nope. So this must be it. Got it! What if I presented my badge? Objection! I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it. Gina? I heard ya! That is the boss's. No question about it.
It can't be!
As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Redheaded League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigazione.
Sur las laws! Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, it was always on me about it. If you lose some up, report it at wanted, say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it because he was dead? Ah!
Physically, what are you saying?
Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before the body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing.
Pull yourself together, Peppino! Peppino, if you do not pull yourself together like a large pizza, I will fucking kill you! Peppino, come on! Mon Dieu, you cannot behave more like a master criminal than that known!
No, I wish I had returned to Italia.
Stop crying, Peppino, please! Otherwise,
Lume, stop your whining and start talking.
But I believe this court will need to hear your story in considerable greater.
I know nothing. I done nothing.
Okay, but you will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. Oh? What? I don't get these people.
You dry your eyes and testify again. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances on which you came by them.
We're crying out loud, dude. Come on, man. Yeah, let's run it. The detective and the identification.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout.
What the You went from, I don't know this guy, to we kept him prisoner in a basement. Okay.
Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case.
We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. They might have been...
Oh, there might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go.
He spent the night in a nicer room. It wasn't nothing like a prison, really.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to pick that apart somehow, and I don't know how to do that.
It's outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
Yeah, what the hell?
But no, it was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy.
I don't think anyone would be happy to be detained in a secret base government.
Ay, capo.
Ollie, have you been listening recently to the? I am having a lot of fun with these characters.
It was never a part of my plan, I swear it.
Ufa, sure, you think it was my fault, eh? It's because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day.
I did not think it was your fault, Peppino. Peppino, you stupid bitch. I know it.
No, per favor, capo, it is not fair.
You should have plenty of time for squabbling back in the prison, gentlemen. Oof, I don't believe these. How could he have been so real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
Okay, so on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. I don't think that was Gregson. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it could have been. It might have been. But I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't Gregson. It was someone else with his ID. Because Gregson wouldn't have showed that. The detective and the identification.
The truth is we took him prisoner, kept him for the night in our secret hideout.
Hold it!
Okay. You realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
You think?
But there was nothing else I could do.
See, nothing else. It was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wheat.
I've told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe criminal mastermind. Peppino, stupid mother bitch. Wait!
What about this hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street.
We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired, capo.
What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? Peppino!
And it was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it?
Oh, oui. Omelette du fromage, oui baguette. But you have to remember, it was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, you wouldn't have detained him in the first place. There'd been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Even though I did not think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case.
Okay, let's press this too. I'm just gonna press everything, I think. Too scared, why?
Because why had he come to the park, we do not know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just fiending to be an inspector, he was up to no good.
This is no good.
Without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. This is no good. The beast is demonic in nature.
Well, see, you may be right, capo.
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me.
Ooh?
I see, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
That is not an address. What?
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. You stupid ass, spaghetti-looking bimbo. Anyways, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said that. Peppino! I fucking kill you, Peppino! And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. Here's my brother Luigi to deliver you a whole heap of pile of information.
Hello, Mario. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so sussy, this man. Aurora, I was thinking, it must be falso, capo?
Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. Peppino, for once in your life, you are right. We were convinced it was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers.
The Hairlarious?
Hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room.
No, but I turned into Sholmes there.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transfer all the money. Oh,
In for a penny, in for a pound, yes, indeed.
there might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. Next morning we let him go.
I'm pressing. Pressing everything. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Huh, both. It was nothing less than minor incident.
The first inspector, he was a real piece of our work, capo?
What happened? Yeah, this is probably important.
Uffa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator.
He vented? He vented? In 1890? We got imposters running around?
Ventilatore!
Can you blame him?
We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Yes. Wait, you didn't... Are you imposter? You didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? No.
Zit, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply got hold of him again and took him back to the room.
That's not true. Also, this dude is munching on spaghetti right now. He just has a whole mouthful of spaghetti. Sir?
Excuse me.
Sir? Sir? Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Aye, me.
Something, Mr. Okay. Just give me a sec. What the fuck? The dolphin fell over. Why am this? No! No! His other arm came up. No! He's just. This is all he is now. He's got a broken pelvis and no arms. What the fuck? Oh! Damn it. Oh, how did this happen? Oh, save! Oh, yeah. Saved. Saved. Classic Nico save. His arm popped back in. Even though it shattered, it still went back in. Something Mr. de Rosal just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. Why did he tip over? That's my question.
Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have a capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more, Peppino. Peppino, I will grind you under my iron pepperoni. My iron baguette. I will kill you. I will shove it down your throat. Peppino, you will never taste another meatball in your life.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like a the turbine. He dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, I capo.
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see? You want to see my fantastico bruises?
No.
That is enough, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. You are so ugly, Peppino. You are uglier than the meatball you have put in your mouth. Peppino, you stupid bitch.
What to do? I show you. What to do? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't.
You do now. Okay.
Aurora, if everybody wants to see, I'll do it.
It's a full moon in court tonight. He's just gonna, it's gonna fade to black and then fade back, and he's just gonna be like, cheeks out. I'm predicting that. Ooh, we know that one. Wait, did Goofy? Is Goofy the fake inspector? He was trying to get the gas. Ooh! He was trying to get the hot gas.
Echo, you see, still very feasible,
That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house.
See, the capo, sometimes he's very rough, and...
I said that's enough, Peppino. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. I'm a gentleman. Yes. What is your opinion, counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. de Rossi's neck? I wonder. Does it matter? Pfft, what the yes, it matters. We've already seen one of these. Mr. de Rossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about the mark on your neck.
Ay, capo! You see, everyone's interested in what I say.
Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. de Rossi.
See, if you really want to know.
Put the collar on him and dragged him back? Like a dog collar? Like the Hound?
Of the Baskerville!
Maybe. Maybe. Maybe.
Hold it!
Okay, I need more info. Are you saying that red mark was caused by a collar?
See, a big collar made from other leather.
A leather collar? We know a leather collar. Is that true, Mr. de Rosal?
What?
No.
What we had at Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain.
A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bed, though. I would have not tried to run again.
Peppino! I do not trust you with the run again!
You didn't do that. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people as treat the people are equal. If the capo hears a motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison of all of a sudden.
The capo is tough, but the capo is rough. Mario, meatball. Every day in the prison we have 3 meals a day. Meal 1, meatball. Meal 2, meatball. Meal 3, bigger meatball. With a little bit of noodle too. Maybe a noodle or two. Or spaghetti.
Oh, I shouldn't have done it.
So, the following morning, when you realized the inspector.
He had the red ring around his neck just like me.
Peppino! S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît.
Oh, s'il vous plaît, that's what it is. I can read French.
Je m'appelle Nicoman. Leave it now, Peppino.
Now you know, the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, but for inspector, not so bad.
Peppino!
He spent the night in a room. There was nothing like a prison, really. Ooh,
I'm gonna just press this because I need to press everything. You took away the man's freedom, however comfortable you make it sound. You were still holding him prisoner.
If you say that, then I say this. It's something that takes away our freedom too. A lack of money. Well, so we are the prisoners as well. All of us.
No. Huh?
No money, no freedom. That is the truth. Mario. No money, no meatball. It makes me mad. It makes me sad. What can we do? It's me, Mario.
Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course. Good one, Cosmo.
Oofa, there you have it. You see, that is why we need the Red-Headed League to fight for justice.
No, perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhodo.
All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep at for the night. You said it was a prisoner.
Perhaps he has a point again. No, again, Mr. Naruhodo.
You should have heard them snoring. My dear, if anyone was disturbed, it was us. Mamma mia, pizza pie, papa pasta, Mongolia, papa pepperoni, meatball.
Not much to go on, really. Testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. He was confident, if confined but not restrained, just as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. I didn't think of that, that's true. That's very true. So did Inspector Gregson actually die whilst he was being held captive by these redheads? Maybe. In which case, is it possible that these 2 young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Yeah, I don't think they were. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo, yes.
This is true, yes.
Like what he did at Dumisi. Okay, it's definitely this. But it's just a matter of... I'm just looking at this image to make sure he doesn't have a red mark on his neck. I'm peeping this out. We need something to prove that there's a red... Wait, hang on. Can we just present this? I assume we can just present this, right? Because he doesn't have a mark. I mean, we don't have another picture of Gregson. Right? I don't know anymore. I don't know right now. I don't know, Wally. I don't know. I'm gonna run it. He doesn't have a mark on his neck. I know the answer. And the answer is... red hair equals... Baba Booey.
Objection!
Yes, sir. The day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregsy. No mark on the neck. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that this mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you? We said this from the beginning many times.
Oui, Peppino's right. The man is a photograph. It's so much different than the man we are captive as in that.
Yeah, he got scammed. Also, that guy was floating. I'm not sure you guys saw, but Peppino was literally levitating. He was not standing on that box.
Order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. That's what I'm saying. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Ugh. This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone would have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
That's true. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, then the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, you say? Maybe one that attempted to use the ventilation shafts to get out of the room? I think the localization team knew what they were doing here. Ollie, also, hi Viz. Ollie, it is literally, they're calling him an imposter, and he literally tried to escape the room through the ventilation system. Capcom had to have known what they're doing. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Because they killed him the day before.
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point out something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Wait, something unbelievable? Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Wait, hang on, what did they say? The true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment. The true identity is revealed by the court record.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. Why don't you help us all see whatever the truth is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi?
An imposter.
It had to have been an imposter. Right? Right? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. As no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. The person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
No. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck.
So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identificazione?
I see, that's alright, we tell the same story every time.
Yo, Sahil? What, John in 1996? Is that my man? What's up?
How you doing, Sahil? How many moons has it been since you've last been here? It's been a while, my friend.
I see, that's alright, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was. The capo dragged him from a Piratu poster with the dog colore.
Bon dia, Pepino. It is not so harsh, you say.
Who was it that falls to Inspector Aya? Who was he?
Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I do have an idea.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
I know, it was Big Man McGee. It was this guy. You're doing great, dude. I'm great. I'm just hanging out. I'm streaming. I'm having a good time. What are your thoughts on candy corn? I will not buy it for myself. If it's at like a table at a party, I'll probably eat like 5 to 10 pieces, and then I'll stop. Because it's only good for a couple pieces, and then your mouth gets too sugary and waxy. And it's like, I don't like this anymore. But I'll definitely, for those first 5 to 10 pieces, I'm pogging the whole time. You know? You know? And then after that, I'm like, well, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look. If you notice very closely. No, that's not him. What? That's not him. Wrong guy. What? Look at his neck. Look at his neck. Look at his neck.
Boy, you don't get your neck ass, slurpy straw looking flamingo ding dong ass.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that?
It's Goofy, one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this courtroom earlier today.
Sasibaka.
Yeah, Sasibaka's on my team. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
No. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip?
What? What happened to his lip? Oh, it is him. I knew it was him. They had the same haircut. I knew it was him. Well, it might still not be him, but it's him. It's him. Look at the yee ass haircut. Look at it. Look at it. And then we go back. And then we go back. And look at that pic. He's got the yee haircut.
Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut, Ollie.
And I gave him Goofy's voice. Oh my god. All right.
What has happened to his lip?
Ah.
See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League. He's looking for a Twisted Lip League, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
Oh.
What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order, bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom. Immediately.
Where's the knee coin redemption? Soon. You have to remind me off stream, otherwise I'm not going to remember. Whoa!
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Yeah, what's going on here, huh? I've always had this, mate. It's a birthmark, ain't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Some about an inspector again.
But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, huh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rosu and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice?
We're in the bigger trouble, I capo.
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
Okay, I will do that. I will do it. The inspector and the identification revisited.
The man who was claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. Not this man? Oh.
Is what say?
No, he's not British.
Is it right to see you? You would think we would forget that these are grander lips,
Oh, I never leave Fresno Street, all right. I got no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've got no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that?
Cause you're the dude in the picture. You got the yee ass haircut, and your lips are swollen for some reason, and I don't know why.
Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I'll carry off a disguise with a face like this?
Yes. It does, actually. It does very much so, because I know who you
are. I'd have to prove it. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What I have been telling you, sir, what I've been telling you is there's no need for this pointless testimony.
That's right. I'm just a simpler peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How could I have come by a police inspector's identification book, huh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think. Counsel, very brief. Very brief. Pequeño, muy pequeño.
Is there anyone else in this courtroom thinks I might be onto something? Nope. I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Susimaka.
Kazuma's probably on my side, but he has to say he's not. The inspector and the identification revisited.
The man who claims to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
Hold it!
Okay. Press. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Till the reason is obvious no. Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Take my viewers. Thank you, Beagle. Hi, Beagle. I'm gaming right now. Hey, viewers, if you care about spoilers for this game, be gone. Oh, yeah. That's true. Von Karma? No, not quite. you're on the right track. Not quite, though. Also, Beagle, thank you for the raid if I didn't say that. I think I did, but maybe I didn't. If you care about spoilers, though, I'm going to give you 10 seconds, because something will be very spoiled immediately after I click the next A button. And if you don't want to know it, then be gone. Otherwise, I'll give you 10 seconds right now. And then you can leave or you cannot leave. So, this is like the end of the game, the second game. So, like, we're in the meat and potatoes right now. So. Okay, I'm going.
Because I've never seen lips like these.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu, with your words, it's like you tried to wring my neck.
It looks very much like my neck, though, yeah?
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London. Oh, God.
These voices are killing me.
The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me.
Was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London.
So you maintain you've never seen this man before?
Oui, Stacia. I swear by it to the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Has it? Perhaps, indubitably.
He's right, see, you'd think we would forget these grand lips.
Hold it!
No, I don't. I think he got like beat up or he fell or something. I don't know. Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. The Fabian call it an eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it is a national trait. Maybe other people from this man's country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Oof, that's the problem, see.
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
How many times do you want me to say it, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league.
Hold it!
Oh God, I need to get a drink. Hang on. Oh gosh. Hang on. Okay. My Quest 2 had issues, then it decided to try to deafen me. Then I took it off to discover that it scratched the shit out of my glasses. And the lens on the Quest are marred a bit, so I had to pack it up and schedule an optometrist meeting. Uh-oh, and you've got to return it. Oh no. That's rough. So your glasses were too powerful for the power of the Quest, is what I'm understanding. Prescription Quest lenses are a thing? I didn't know that, damn. You heard of the Redheaded League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, huh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiched to cough up for it.
Yeah, if you guys missed it, there's literally someone in this case named Sandwich. Where is he? A mysterious signposting we found on Fresno Street. He looks like somewhat familiar. His name's Sandwich. He doesn't have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Oh, you think so? Gossip, I swear to you, you are lying on the stand right now. And if it were not for the laws of this land, I would stuff my entire baguette down your throat, sir. I'll kill you in an instant. For on my honor as a Frenchman, I would shove my baguette up your butt.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir? 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 Mr. de Rousseau.
Ah, oui, can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? Maybe.
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Redheaded League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street. Is that I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip? Oh yeah, I got Skelly Boy. Skelly Boy is out, however he collapsed earlier and he's not doing too hot. I'm not gonna lie. He collapsed totally and he lost an arm. So he doesn't have an arm on his left side and the right side fell off and now
it's like barely held on. If you can see, it's like the joint's like barely holding on. Maybe you can't see that. I don't know. Yeah, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. It's Halloween. It's spooky season. He's got to be out. Mr. Gossip with the housing agent?
Lee, he had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street Mead, like I said before. You mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too now. I remember Ragazzi. He was a partying man with the back note. He was a bang the man with the back notes.
With notes.
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes that had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
Wyverns. Thank you for the host. Also, hi Praxis. Nice performance. Oh, I'm performing. I'm going so hard right now. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip?
No, this the man, he lies. He tells you what they want. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, he has his name. His name is Hugh Boone. His name is Hugh Boone. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see.
No.
You, Janus?
I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folks talking about my personal life.
What? Your name is Hugh Boone, aka the person who owned the room that Gregsy died in.
That seems kind of sussy of you.
Seems very sussy. You would have that. I see you are my friend on Switch. If I am, are you too? Yes. If you're my friend, that means that I am on your friends list. You are on mine as well. Yes.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections. Big objectioso.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious! Similarly objects, Prosecutor Osoki.
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
What?
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, aye?
You're looking pretty goofy right now. So your real name is Hugh Boone.
Guh? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay rent to the agent on Lime Street. Oh, I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
If either of us is a vulgar, it's not me.
Think again, Peppino. Peppino, you are so stupid. I'll kill you, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must.
The leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. It's been here under our noses all along. I mean, it wasn't that hard to tell, to be honest.
I rent the room where this fellow was found. It's true. For what difference it makes?
I know what difference it makes. You're this guy. You're Mr. Vigil, who lost his job 10 years ago in the professor case. Also, your wife is in the room. That's kind of sussy.
I rent the room where the fellow was found. It's true. What difference does it make?
Hold it. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
I think you do.
Then how about the notice board in there?
Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Grayson killed there in your room? Oh, he knows.
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea.
I think he knows.
I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm gonna finally undo this man. No, not gonna look. No. Okay, so not this, not that. He says this, he says that. Ollie, would I be getting it? Ollie, are you here, by the way? Would I be getting ahead of myself if I presented the picture of the guy right now to this? I think I would. I think I'd be getting ahead of myself. Yeah. It's definitely it's gotta be this one, because we had him added to his statement or whatever. Oh god. Ollie, this is kind of confusing. Oh? You know what it is? I rent the room. Well, I can see where this is going, Ollie. It's not this statement. It's the last one then. Or it could be this one. Wait. Wait a minute. I've got no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Well, this is your wife, but this isn't, you're not related to them technically. What, Ollie? What? What, are you being weird right now?
What? Oh, you're being odd. You're being an oddball right now. Is someone's wife not related to them? In terms of blood relatives, yeah, they're not related. What are you talking about? What? What? Yeah, but they're not. They're, by the strictest definition, they are not related.
I'm trying to get my cheek slapped, but my wife keeps snooping through my books.
Is your mom in the same family as your dad? Oh, you're changing your argument now. I'm talking, are they blood related? No. Are they related? Perhaps. Maybe. Even presumably. What does blood have to do with this? It says kin. And I guess kin is family, but I assume, when I read kin, I was like, oh, like descendants. Blood. Blood. Okay, well, I'm just gonna present this.
Objection!
I'm just gonna get it over with. If you had no kinfolk as you put it, explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room.
Oh,
I presume as you've been renting the room that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Mr. Boone, drop the pretense. And tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You don't really need to bother with me. Please just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure?
Just look at the man.
No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? A turnabout, if you will. What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Yet he did this on purpose? Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? I know who you are. You can't hide from the Nico man.
Good witness. Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be. Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to this court.
No, please, no.
Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Take that!
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yarr!
I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed leaguemen.
And last night you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been oh god, I don't know where that came from. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. I cannot take this seriously, saying Mr. Sandwich. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know if where we could find you, of course. and that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, you just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea. What I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. It's fake? No, please. Please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Bailiff, bring the piss bowl. Not the piss bowl! No, not anything but that!
Anything but the piss bowl.
Mr. DeRosa, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
Did they just add a variation of pursuit? Like a No! Dom, get off, please! Don't! Was that a pursuit variation there? Like an impromptu kind of one? Hey, Mr. Daly. Whoa. You're looking weird right now, buddy. Hey, bud. You're looking sussy.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
What, he changed in 3 seconds? I mean, he's wearing a blue suit. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. I'm still gonna give him a goofy voice. Yeah, it's not changing.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but See, there is no question there. This is the inspector we saw at the park.
Extraordinary! Inconceivable!
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi in the park. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Oh? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here it comes. The professor.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly have become the future governor? You could have possibly become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
He lost his job. He got kicked out. Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked in the prison. 10 years? He's sad. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago?
And the professor was an inmate? Maybe?
So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here.
Oh, I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Okay, I gotta change my headphone battery because it just is gonna die in like 2 seconds.
This music. What is going on?
Yeah, I gotta change my battery. Hang on.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which I could earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this.
Hey, your wife is rich. What the fuck? What?
She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account in the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. And I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Ooh.
Whoa.
A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. That explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? Yeah, why are you hiding this?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons.
2 sons? Who are your sons?
Mm-hmm.
Who are your sons, perhaps?
Mm-hmm. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
Clinton Bergman Sykes, no. No, Ollie. That's stupid.
Maybe.
No, I'm just kidding. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Gamer11234414. I don't think you should click that. Hey, everyone in chat, don't click that link. That's a very bad idea. Yeah, just don't do it. I'm gonna ban them real quick. Oh, Ollie got it. Okay, cool. Ollie, you got it, right? So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Oh, yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece. You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Yeah, how did you get so much money to support your wife?
Very true. I've kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
He was coerced into doing evil deeds. He was probably said, hey, I'll help you out, but you got to do something for me. And they were like, you got to kill this guy. And he's like, but I'll give you $1 million. And he's like, $1 million? Mm-hmm. Maybe.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregsy.
Gregsy? What? Inspector Gregson, what on earth?
It was some years after I invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say, the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
Eh?
Mm-hmm. I knew him for my time working at the prison.
Oh, he arrives.
When he saw what I've become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
What a nice guy.
Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
Secret? Secret? What was it? What was your secret?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
Ooh. What? Wait, so Gregsy told him to impersonate him? Oh. Do I want to be famous? Do I want to be famous? What can I buy? Tell me, can I buy followers, viewers, and primes? Oh, I can. Where can I buy them? Can I buy them on bigfollows.com? Oh my god, that'd be so awesome. If only there were a website. I could do that. I could do that on. But it's a shame because I can't see the chatters anymore because they're banned from the chat. It's like, well, I don't know where to go anymore. I wish I knew. What? Impersonate him. So Gregson told Vigil to impersonate him. He was on a mission. What if Gregson is the samurai on a mission this whole time? Ever think about that, Ollie?
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
This is his voice.
Visit Oxy's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
Gregsy.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people on those occasions. He would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work.
Okay.
And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Ooh. So basically, Viz, this case is gonna tie back to the case. I don't know if you saw last case, but we revealed the identity of the professor to be Kazuma's father, which the professor is a mass murderer from 10 years ago, who was convicted of mass murder and was sentenced to death and was thus put to death. And Kazuma, by the way, is the prosecutor right now. Everything's gonna tie back to that case, I think. Because Gregson was people have their doubts about the case, and Gregson was investigating it. Because remember the pick? This guy died to the professor, and Gregson's right here with them. And there's Van Zyke. And Gregson was saying, no, we need to dig back this case back up. And I'm willing to bet that he died because he was starting to dig it back up, and whoever is the actual perpetrator didn't like that and just said, nope, Gregsy, you're dead. I'm gonna kill you. They were trying to, I'm willing to bet he was trying to dig up too much and got yoinky sploinky because of it. So now 2 of the 3 people in this image are dead. Justice for Gregsy and Clint. Van Zykes is probably next. Actually, Van Zykes is on trial right now. He's getting framed for murder, so he literally is next if we don't stop it. Oh god, I just realized that. Okay. Well, we gotta stop that.
And for those services, yeah, okay.
Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification to your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? Why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
What did he say?
Gregsy! Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever! Even if I end up a croaker.
What? Wait, and he just blabbed about it though. Oh, because we forced him. Yeah, okay.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
Okay. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Well, yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my moon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Okay. impact sound effect. Ooh. We gotta investigate this further. This doesn't answer hardly anything. This really does hardly answer anything. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Huh?
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. That animation.
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me.
Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We have nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Ah! No, we're fine. No, Renosuke, get it. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're good.
Order. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim.
No.
As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense.
Ooh. No, we're fine.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Objection.
Hold it!
Oh, Kazuma. That was Kazuma. Is he gonna keep it going? He's like, this can't end. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma.
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago?
The professor. The execution of the professor. Genshin Impact Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Go.
Answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Trust him. I trust him. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten. No, he's lying.
I'm sorry to say, but yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. To have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. He's trying to avoid the question. He knows why he got fired. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? Good? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. I don't know about Black Cyclops, Ollie, because Black Cyclops only appear when someone's lying and they think they're telling the truth. Right? They wholeheartedly believe they are telling the truth. No, Wally, you're being weird.
But if I really don't.
Okay, maybe he doesn't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Oh. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not?
I'm gonna present the evidence.
I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. The dismissal notice. A harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as chief warder of Barclay Prison. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from the prison of convict blank 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 just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with the inquiry is to be expected. Prison Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It is believed that the convict engaged in some sort of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure.
He's not lying.
I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense.
Is it fake? Maybe he's not lying, but why would he not be lying? Blackmail, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, isn't it?
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember.
No, this is like a Xenoblade 2 like bad guys in their secret hideout cutscene music.
According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June?
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor? As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
Wait, does he actually have amnesia and he's gonna remember now? Kind of like Cosma did?
Wait, it does sound familiar.
Yeah, I am surprised I'm sticking with it too, Ollie. I'm just committed now. I would submit to like something like, it does sound familiar. I just do like a normal voice, but I'm committed to Goofy.
And yet, that execution never took place.
It didn't, that's true. He got up.
Convict ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
Because he didn't die.
The convict came back to life?
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that the moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, he was shot. And then immediately killed. A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. The bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. That's why the professor cannot have been guilty. There's no way. There was too many people trying to keep him alive, and also too many people making sure he was dead. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes! Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Gorge!
Mr. Vigil.
Gaius, the whole prison, it was completely chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. This shocking news ripped through through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? What?
Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
Still fuzzy.
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams.
Oh my goodness.
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what? He was alive.
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course.
There shouldn't have been blood there if he was actually dead.
Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police reports from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was
that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
He might have.
Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison.
Oh,
I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
okay. Oh.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution of Ward, eh? Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
He's spinning faster.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, I...
Oh. The professor. The most hated killer in our country's history. Oh. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. That was terrifying, actually. That was straight up a cut. That was straight up a jump scare.
Order, Bailey, fetch a doctor at once. Quarters adjourned for today with immediate effect.
We did it, I think. Maybe.
So, with Mr. Vigil's
Voice
collapse,
acting.
proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Voice acting.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
On a foggy ocean. Oh.
Lord Van Zeeks,
Zeeks?
Mr. Vigil,
Don't say it like that. It's Zykes.
Kazuma, and Gregson.
Greg Z. Greg Z.
I'm dead.
Greg Z.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events
Uh-huh.
was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
We're getting close.
We're getting close. We're getting very close.
We're not done, but we're getting close. We're getting close. Oh. Save current progress? I would love to save my current progress, especially because we're going into investigation part 2, and I love investigation part 2. It's so cool. Wow. Okay, well, I love Ace Attorney. I love corn. What are we gonna do with all this corn? What are we gonna do with all this corn?
What in the world can we do with all this leftover corn?
I love corn.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
What in the world can we do with all this leftover corn?
I love corn.
The voice is so funny. Why is that the voice? Why is it so loud? Why are you so loud? You ever stop and think about that, Ollie? Got him. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, well, gamers, I did it. I beat the trial. Well, I didn't beat the trial. I got good way through the trial. Now, time for me to slumber. Oh. Oh. Oh.